Hello, hello. We fixed my mic up a little bit. In fact, you know what? Let me fix the stand up a little bit. We tighten up some of the screws. Okay, let's see. The mic is picking up. Nice. There's a BGM. All right. Turn on the little tuba. Very nice. I might lift her up slightly more. There we go. Very nice. I almost pressed the end broadcast button by accident. All right, let me turn on Blender. Blender. All right. Should be good now. Excellent. Wait, hang on. Is it not fitting on the screen properly? There we go. Hmm. Okay. That looks good. Everything looks good. Volume looks good. And I've turned on the BGM a little bit. So it's not too boring. So today's goal is to finish my homework. So she needs to be ported by about I don't know, midnight, a little bit past midnight. So that's about 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, I had a few things going on this week, so I didn't really manage to finish everything in time. So I'm just gonna do it on stream now and have that in as a kind of a tutorial. It was like double dipping, but whatever. So today's mission is to basically get these, all her textures and most of her clothing in. So it's gonna be a bit of a long stream. If you've got any questions or you just want to chat, just go ahead and chat. I'll try to respond the best I can. I'll be going through things relatively quickly, so yeah, so I'm gonna start now. So in the last stream I talked about these things. They're going to be CUA items. You need to double side them. So what you're going to do is you're going to press Shift D. Press Shift D, normals, flip. So you have both sides. So it should be good now. Double checking D. Yeah, that's fine. If my voice sounds a little bit hoarse, then that's because I had a 3-hour-long live stream. 3-hour-long podcast, actually. Just previous to this, about an hour before. So my voice is a little bit hoarse right now. Yeah, I need to do the same for the hair. Right, hold on. Yeah, I need to do this first. And save as FBX. And then these ones are good. Do the same for the hair. That's about it. I'm gonna check the armature. Should be alright. Should be. Yeah. Sometimes I like to subdivide it to make it a little bit less static. It'll flow a little bit better, but in this case it looks alright. So file, export, and then here too. Just talking to someone on Discord. So for these, I would go... Okay, so for reference, this is a Koikatsu model, and you'll see these type of eyebrows and eyeline textures above. So what you want to do is to basically imprint them onto, or project them onto your texture with wrap later on. And I'll show you guys how later. I just need to save it first. And also I'm going to import this as a clothing, as the outline clothing. And Virtual. I keep clicking on the wrong... Yeah, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. So, eyeline. So everything you save as an OBJ except for anything that goes into Unity. So clothing is going to be a tricky one, and this is quite an interesting model as well because it's the first time I really encountered a body mesh that is non-symmetrical. I've never seen that in Koikatsu before, so I had to do a little bit of editing. So I can, just by looking at this, I can basically ID a few issues that's going to pop up. Basically, there's a lot of overhanging bits. There's bits attached to the dress, like these pouches. So if you want your dress to shift around using physics, this will not stay on properly. So that's going to be a pain in the ass. I need to think about what to do with that. But first, I'm going to split everything off. I'm going to chop them off bit by bit. And also these bits here, because VersionMate can't read Japanese or Chinese characters, these need to be converted into English, so just change them out later. What's that? Oh, okay. So that's the skirt accessory. That's going to be the main issue for this entire port. Everything else seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, like these bits here, I'll just cut them out. That's going to be the boots. Now the top. Pouches, right? The top is going to be interesting because ideally I want these in several parts. So for these, I want, yeah, the gloves. And what's going on here? There's a bit missing. Should probably load in some of the textures. So what I would do, that's going to be, I mean, that really depends on how detailed you want it to be. There's ways to fix these. I'll consider these as one piece first. Take these buckles as well. Sometimes you need to port them into VAM first to see how they really look like. Zipper, I know is going to deform though, so I'll leave that out. Double checking everything's connected. Right. Okay. Alright. This one looks okay. Don't deform too much. Your gloves are a little bit different, which is fine. Excuse me, I'm gonna get some coffee here. Probably not best for my throat, but I'm probably gonna need some coffee. And what was I doing? Right. I'm probably gonna load the textures in. I need to double check somewhere. So I'm gonna rename this top. And what's the name of this? I think they all have the same name. Is this off one texture map? Oh, no, it's not. Off several. Oh wow, that's quite a bit. That doesn't look right either. I mean, maybe it kind of matches the shape. Okay, this should be coded as a... Yeah. Oh yeah, this looks more like it. So that looks fine. I'll probably split these off to other parts as well. So for these, I'd probably split these off to the chest and the shoulder ones. So for the shoulder ones or the arm ones, I'll just take these. These will be their own. Yep. 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 Okay, now I'll load this. This looks good, except for this one part here that's missing. I'm not sure why that is, but I'm quite sure this will cause issues. So just bridge the gap. Ugh, and it looks bad. Where is it on the map? Where is it? Black color, thankfully, so I'll just put this here. And in fact, I can probably swing this around and just put it here roughly around the same color. And then seal this cap. Just fill this. Oh. What are these horrible colors? Could have done that at the start. Yep. And I should just blend them. That's good, that's fine. Save this. Yes. Oh, I need to change this. Gloves. Leaves. Oh wait, got the zipper by accident. Leaves. Zipper. Pouches. Got this top. And these will be top pouches. Alright. So as you can see, this is actually quite a simple one in terms of clothing, just except for the skirt. That skirt I'm gonna have to do a lot of trial and error on. Nothing like Nestle powdered coffee. I'm saying that with a hint of sarcasm, by the way. Like Nestle powdered coffee, it tastes nice until you have it so much at a certain point you start picking out like the artificial flavors. And then it doesn't really taste that good afterwards. Alright, so I need to do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Yeah. I believe the knee pads are removable. Yes, they are. Or if they're... Oh no. Okay, that part is not. These parts are. Alright. So leaving the strap on, that's fine. And then you have the leggings. Done with that. Same processes for the shoes. Now, everything looks really simple and looks like they're very straightforward. There's going to be a lot of adjusting afterwards. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of adjusting after I try porting into them and then it kind of deforms and I have to do more adjusting, stuff like that. And definitely on the skirt, I need to adjust for physics at the very least. And for the random pouches that are there. Perhaps I don't need to put in the pouches on the skirt, worst case scenario. Yeah. And shoes. See, what else? What else? What else? I think it's mainly everything here. I'm gonna open up Unity. I'm gonna do the hair stuff first. the accessories first, and then I'm gonna move on to the textures. So I'm gonna open up the CUA preset that I gave you guys. I'm gonna use that file just so it makes things easier for people watching in the future. I'm gonna switch the OBS around. Okay. So it's like this. Take more water. I mean coffee. Bad coffee. Yeah. It's got this really gross, like emulsifier type of feel in the mouth where it's smooth but not. It's not real smooth, it's fake smooth from an emulsifier. It feels like an oil slick in your mouth. So this is from a previous project. I'll just turn these off. And I'll make a new folder here called Bryce Howard. And then I will just throw everything in. So that's the hair, the hairpin, and the goggles. Yeah. Stretching a bit. I'm gonna do the hair first because if there's anything wrong with the hair, I'll need to go back and redo it. Seems fine so far. Only one texture map as well, so that's very nice. Ignore that one for now. Let's use this one. Afterwards, just throw the armatures on this one. See how this moves. And it's too wiggly, so I need to jump this down. It's wiggly now. It's alright. Okay. So that's the physics done. Just have to throw in the hair texture files, which I believe is this one. Do the same here. Goggles Docker. Oh. Yeah. Making sure it's about the same height as the other thing. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Very good. And now the last one is the hairpin. Very good. Same thing, just loading the textures. Loading in the textures, and that's about it. Afterwards, I have to throw these into prefab. think I missed one. Yeah. Okay. And then Windows. Take these out from the last project. Then just find a place to save it, which I usually save it to the asset folder of the project folder. So there's in here. And just press build. And it's gonna take about a minute. Meanwhile, I might boot up Daz. I'm gonna boot up Daz. Is Daz loaded? Very good. And you know what? Before I need to check if I've already done this next step. I don't think I have. Do something a little bit out of the way first. Oh, all right. Have I saved her? I haven't saved her yet. Alright. Yeah, I need to do that first and then port her over to over here, and then basically do this. Select, come down to morph, wireless, riggings. I must have pressed the wrong button there. Adjust orientation and then exclude the lower mouth and upper jaws and lower jaws. Like so. And then finally, that was the wrong button. Edit mode. Yeah, see freeze. And that should be it. Yep. Very good. Oh man. Just save it somewhere. Accept. Alright. So after that, I need to go back up here. Basically get a non-subdivided version of the body to export the textures on. And I'll call that ready for the new OBJ files. If you save it as ready, the rep file automatically find that file for you in the presets. I had to do a big yawn. More coffee, please. Coffee is barely doing anything for me. Yeah, I might just drink some water, you know what? Yeah, I think water is heading up. The Nescafe, Nestle, Vanilla White is pretty bad for the mocha. Unfortunately, they don't really make a lot of different coffees. Nestle. It's either mocha, latte, white, or cappuccino. What was I doing? I got the ready file. And right, I need to put everything back together. So I'm gonna start dropping a bunch of files into the VAM program. You guys should know. You guys should know where they go down, right? So I shouldn't need to open up a display capture, right? If you don't know, just DM me or look at the previous streams. Not gonna mess around with Windows so much right now. Trying to get this done. And then DLL, change the names, and that's it for your COAs. Pop it down into the SF folder. Go down to your VAM custom atom person. Morphs female. And then drop your DSON into that folder that I just mentioned. And then textures, to your texture folder, make a new folder, anything you want. Usually I use a name. So Grace Howard, that's where the textures will go. Okay. Did the open up go? Not yet. Need to do that now then. Close Unity, open up GIMP. Oh, I should not show this, but because the body texture has some pretty obscene parts in it. But basically, I want to go into that texture and make sure an alpha texture is there, and then remove the nail texture or the parts that the nails will read off, because I want rep to extrapolate that part onto the new textures. So if I remove that, rep will try to predict what that texture will look like, and it'll blend in a lot better. Okay, so I can open up ref now, which I can put on display. It's okay. I do want to check how the eyebrow textures look. That does not seem right. Does Grace have black eyebrows? Or white eyebrows? I'm assuming it's black. But it's displaying as white here for some reason, so I need to double check. Now it's brown here. I need to look online, double check her eyebrows are black, brown, or white. It's black. Right. It's black. Same color as her hair. Which means someone's been lying to me. Someone... I'm gonna decolorize this. That's not good. Which is fine, I guess. I just have to... Oh no, the stream. Let me put something back on. Yeah, I just made you guys look at like a background this entire time. Okay, so basically I'm just trying to port the textures over. I'm just double checking that the textures what they are before going ahead with this. There's a lot of windows flipping going on, so yeah. Going back to wrap through here should be good now. So go through that step. Limb wrap. Take this. Save image. Your file names might be slightly different. I'm using an older version just because I'm more familiar with it. Okay, that should be good. Yes. Okay. Limbs should be good. Opening up torso. Same thing. Because if you use the name file from DAS ready, and then you save the other one as rep ready, it will pick up that file automatically. You don't need to enter them manually. That's just a tip. That's the way I set things up. Don't mind this stuff. It's just a holdover from previous projects. That's the face. Okay. And then you go back to the torso. Go back to the torso again. Because I remember there's a neck joint. So if you go into here and you grab the face texture, it will allow you to build a neck joint texture, because sometimes it's not perfect. There's an edge where the neck and the body meets, and sometimes when you do the wrap and then sculpt the mesh, it doesn't fit perfectly, so there will be like a gap. So if you do it this way, you can take this, copy that area, and then throw it on. I'll show you what I mean later. Ears. Eyeline. Wait, does she have black eyelines or brown eyelines? I need to double check that. Be down to taste. Because one copy of that texture is brown with white highlights. And then another copy of that texture is just black with white highlights. And in general, I think I'll take the black one. Just the contrast looks better in game. And for this, I'm going to use the eyebrows that just colorized. And open, and this should be the last part. Should. Picking as much as I can. It's a piece of water. In hindsight, the bag of chips really didn't help either. Having that bag of chips and then talking, well, basically yelling for 3 hours really didn't help my voice. Right, so we're done with the texture bit. Back to GIMP. So let me mess with OBS a little bit. Yep. So we basically just did a bunch of the textures. We projected the textures onto our model. We need to do a little bit of polishing now. So I like to do the limb texture first because that's nice and easy. And so we will have to open up these, which I have provided you guys with. Let me take this color. Take this color as well. Control Shift C and then Control Alt V. These as well. And all done. That's it. I'm a little bit worried about these parts here. They just look really sharp. I'm not sure what's going on. I need to check in game. But for now, I will just keep them. Yeah. Press one button. No, that's the wrong name. That's the wrong name. Next one would be, let's do the eyes. So just grab the eye textures. It could be easier or harder depending if it's a Quadcutsu model or some other random model. The worst one would be the ones where the eye textures are just Blender generated. Just some maybe? Yeah, I'll fix that up a little bit later. Excuse me. I feel like this one needs to be out a bit more. This is a bit lopsided right now. Okay, this looks alright. Apply it. Drag. There we go. That's the iris done. Just save it as anything. I just call it Gray's iris. And then next would be the torso. The torso will need several parts. So open up all the files, namely as the torso file, the ear file, and the head file, and the neck file. Did I save the head file? I don't see it. That's very strange. You open up rep again, I might forget to save it. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, what's happening? The neck one has some distortions, but the hair will cover that. I'm not too worried about it. Ooh. There's a bit of distortion down here. I'm not sure where's that from. Might be something I need to work with the neck joints. I'll do the ears first. Just cut down the list of things you have to do one at a time. Otherwise, this is a process that will overwhelm you. Okay. And then the neck. And yeah, it does look like that's the neck joint. I think I mentioned this a little bit last stream as well when I was doing the Taiho model where the neck joint was a bit had a bad texture. So this is basically what you do. You know the face texture onto the torso texture wrap, I guess you would say. And then you end up with something like this and you just take this. Yeah, just take this. Drop A. And then do that. Right. That correct? I mean, the color here looks about right, but just that something here. What's all this? Yeah, I see what's happened. Yeah. No, this part looks a bit odd. It looks very odd. That feel like that's pretty much the base of the head, I feel like. The base of the neck and the head. Which is probably correct, and this line and these distortions means I need to go back to the head file. Do the same thing with the body. I'll probably have to edit that a bit in Blender. Or not. I'll just see how it goes in VAM. If it looks alright with the hair on, I'll just keep it that way. If it's not, then I'll do the editing afterwards. Now I need to do this part where I clone basically an extra pixel edge. Like so. And just do that. Because UV island maps are dumb. So you want an extra buffer for the thing to read off. Oh, bad. Might just go really lightly over it with a little bit of blurring. Just to get rid of some of these harsh lines. Yeah, it's a bit too strong. I'd be doing that. Not in these parts. Here as well. Now this bit here, I might need to do a clone thing here as well. Should pretty much be it. And so you might notice that there's no nipple texture. And that's going to be a decal later on. I'm just going to add it in ZamFam as a decal texture. No C's here. I'll sort it out later if it becomes an issue. No, I'll do a genital map later on as well. I want to do the face first. I had to read some stuff on my phone. Alright, sorry about that. You check something on my phone. So the face. Okay, this one's a little more straightforward. Grab the eyebrows, eyeline, any pre-made pictures and all that. The face UV. Just dump them right in. And start cleaning them up. By clean up, I mean all the little bits from the wrap process that kind of just appeared for no reason. I can't really describe it. So you see? Yeah. Just get rid of that. We get rid of this part. And then trim down this a bit. I don't want this poking over the edge of the actual eyeline clothing. It's there as a base for support, but it's not the actual texture. Now I used to actually just leave this as the normal texture, but because of imperfections and the texture wrap, it can look a little bit distorted in game. It just doesn't get applied perfectly. It doesn't get applied, not even perfectly, it's just too imperfect. And if you want the good one, then you might as well just import the whole clothing. So that's what I'm going to do. I feel like I need to take a little bit more. Maybe that's too much. Yeah, should go. I don't know why lately I've been getting these weird, like, tags up here. Must be like a setting, but... Yeah, I don't know why that is. It should really be a smooth one. Whatever. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. For the eyes. Oops. Invert. Brush. That's about it. And then do this. And if you layer them correctly, this will happen. So you can just take the parts you need. It's just basically these errors. That's about it. That's about it for the face. I can probably clean this up a little bit more. I can probably do that right now, just so there's no real hard pixelated bits. It's too much. Kind of clean these up a bit. I have no idea how this will look like inside of the game, so I'm not going to edit too much. If it's too distracting, then I'll come back in and do the edit. Alright. Next step is to grab all these textures. So dump them in the texture folder. Copy the torso, diffuse, and normal texture. Rename them as their genital counterparts. And then edit the genital texture. And for that, you're gonna need the decals and the body sheet from the easy preset. Make sure mirroring is on as well. You're going to want to color match this area here. So if I turn this back on, you notice there's a circle here. That's why you need to color match, and it's always a pain in the ass to do this. So it's basically just what's it called? Trial and error. And we really, for anime looks, you don't really need these parts here. These parts of the decal here, they're not really needed. That's really more for realistic looks. I just kept them in. Now this bit here is going to be distracting because it doesn't line up properly. But let me colorize this first. So I want these to match these other areas a little bit better. So I'm going to take this color here. Just the general tone of the flash. And then colors, colorize. Yep. So the tone sort of matches. And this is a big pain in the butt because it's shaded way too well. Yeah, I might just do that. There's no point doing anything like fancy cloning or anything here. There's too many layers of shading. And then I'm gonna go over it. I'll just blur that bit. Yeah, it's gonna look a little bit unnatural. I don't know. It's gonna look a little bit unnatural. See what I can do to fix it. And then I'll probably run first with a rough blur. That's really the best I can do in like kind of a short notice kind of. Wait. Are you kidding me? I already fucked up there, didn't I? It's fine. Be doing it. I should be applying it to the layer down here. No wonder the blur wasn't really working. Okay, just pick a color, I guess here. Do that. Do that. Do that. Gonna look a little bit weird, and then do the same thing again. It's not perfect, but if that's all you have, then you gotta take it. Doesn't really look that great. Looks really patchy. Hopefully people don't really notice that. It's all about compromise. Make this a little bit stronger. Just want to get that general kind of flesh tone, and it's gonna look like a really bad Photoshop, especially with this bit here. But I don't want to mess with things too much. What will probably happen is that the top part should load in, and then it should load this part in, and that will be on the inside, and that will be the part. Let's see how it do. Wait, let's see how. Let's see how it looks. How's my battery looking like? 76%? Alright. Okay, so now we do a countdown. We have the assets, we have the mesh, we have the textures, we have most of the clothing. I need to save it. I need to throw in the clothing. I might also do a demonstration. I'm not sure if I've done this on stream yet, so I'll just do this as a demonstration. I'm ignoring that part. That part. Double check that everything is in English. So this is not in English. Okay, these parts are fine. That's part of the top, that's fine. Top, that's fine. That's fine. That's not. I need to resave that. Okay. And then there's, besides these, there's that. And this is going to be the main pain in the ass. That's going to be the main mission. I'll probably leave this out for the time being and do the other parts first and then bring this back in. Just to quote Bear Grylls, this is not good for the morale. So do the parts that are important first, then mess with these things. What is this? Like, that's not part of a grenade. What? That's not part of the. That's not how you store grenades. I don't know. Weird. This should be fine. That's gonna cause problems. Where did those back go? Huh? Was that just hanging there? Guess it's hidden? No, that's just... That part is just there. Jeez. Is it connected or anything? No. Oh, that's gonna be a liability. Yeah. I guess that's like a... part of the skirt that keeps everything together. Is just... The environment is just gonna fall out. Check these out. Alright, what's going on with these? Yucky, yucky, yucky. Yucky, yucky. I feel like as long as I don't touch these bits here, then I might be able to separate them. Yeah, this is the really slow and tedious part of the clothing importing process. No? Would be a pain in the butt. I don't think I can really get anything else separating that piece. Anyways. Wait, these straps like... Gotta calm down with the straps. Not every single piece of clothing needs straps. And belts. If you're an anime character, just wear normal clothing, it's fine, no one will blame you. Lord. That's gonna be... Give me a headache just by looking out. I can belt, but not quite. Like that's gonna drop out when I try to import it. I understand there's a liability as well. Yeah. So this is relatively cleaned up. Right, it's one big mesh. I'm gonna import it and just to see what's gonna happen. I feel like I need to do that. I'm gonna import this just to see how it works. Sometimes you need to say and then read how the situation goes and go on from there. Oh, big stretch. Need a big drink. Crack my shoulders a bit. Yeah. So, I'm going to the desk. I'm going to the desk. And then we're going to press this and load the OBJ for the clothing. So we're going to do the outline first. Accept. And then just save it into your dash folder of that project folder. If you're using the easy preset, it's the dash folder. The folder name is not too important, but I set it that way to make things neater. Is neater a word? I don't know. Gloves. I hope the gloves and the shoes don't take too much time because I want to spend more time on the skirt. If it's not for the skirt, overall it's quite a straightforward port. And top. Yeah. Now I'm gonna start up Vim and I'm going to have to sanitize it a little bit, so it's gonna take a little bit of time. Mainly just to load the default scene and then sanitize it a little bit. If you're in the last stream, you know what I'm doing. I'm gonna go in and make sure the textures don't pop out. You know what I mean by textures, right? By that, I mean titties. Jeez. Make a set of pure white textures. Yep. And I'm now just waiting for Van to load. Cool. Just loaded. Gonna load my default creator scene and then sanitize it a bit. I'd throw some panties on there for safe measure. If you're planning to be a creator, you have to make your own creator scene. Set up the lights and everything so you don't have to do that every single time you port a model in or make a new scene. Let me get some more water while it loads. I'll grab that. But check the bitrate on the stream as well. So I've set the bitrate up pretty high, like 10,000. I think the maximum on Twitch is about 6,000. And I've set the YouTube bitrate to 10,000. Sometimes it still feels really pixelized. Especially when I was playing Elden Ring last night. So, yeah. It's always a concern of mine. Okay, so race. Let's load up this thing first. Cover the front. throw something up there. Oh no, that's way too much. Yeah, okay, this works. And antis. No. Okay, this works. Cool. Let me switch the screen around. If anything goes wrong, then that's gonna be the last you see of me. Okay. So we have this scene here. I'm gonna keep the background on because most of what we're going to be doing is going to be pretty dark. Oh, I forgot to turn the thing on. Yeah. It's going to be pretty dark. So that's just for illumination. Now, to load the scenes, you're going to press here. I've already searched up the name, so just do that. It's going to be really strange looking, especially if it's an anime level. It's going to be really strange looking. Until you load up the textures and start putting things in. Yeah. Now, skin textures, just press this. If you've done all your textures in 4096 x 4096 and labeled correctly, you should load them automatically after you select the folder. And you notice that for the skin and for the legs is loaded in except for the torso and the genitals, and that's because, you know, YouTube. You would notice a bit of discoloration, and that's because the game is trying to compensate for gradients in the texture, so I had to add noise in later on. And as far as most things are concerned, this is pretty normal looking. There's nothing outstanding. I mean, the lips look alright. That's one part I was concerned about. So I'm going to load in the iris now. So just open this, and it should be in the same texture folder as the other textures. So just load this in. I have to main text, specular, and gloss. If you've got a slower computer, it's going to take a little while because opening Windows and version mate is a pain in the butt. And then you just start making a bunch of adjustments. Yep. So the next thing I usually do, and it's a thing that you guys should have as well, which is, well, first I need to adjust eyeshadows. So I usually like to do 3 or 4, so I'll do 3 for now. And then I'll go into this. This is a pre-made clothing that I've done previously, which is the pupil clothing, and I'll just rename it to Grace Howard pupil. Because the eye shapes don't really change, and the clothing is already attached to the right vertices, I don't need to make a new one every single time. I just can make copies of the old one and rename it. It's a bit of a time saver. You guys should do the same as well. If you're planning to do it this way. I know other people handle pupils for anime characters in another way. This is just my way of doing it. Yep, and I save this. And then next, I will need to do the proper eye outlines. So I'm going to go into here, eyeball size, and I like to decrease the size just so it does not interfere with the wrapping process. Turn off auto blank. Just go into here. Put this back on. And then wrap to morphed verts. Eyelines import. And you should get something like this, which looks vaguely familiar. I usually adjust it to like this. Fine. open up textures, open up the folder, throw the texture in. So in this case, the texture is, where is the texture? The texture is the texture folder, duh. And I will have to make an alpha texture for this, so I will show you how to do this in a moment. So I need to switch windows. Yeah, give me a sec. Okay. So that's the outline that I have. And you want to make an alpha texture because you notice there was a giant piece on the eye, but it's like a cutout and you only want these bits here, right? So what you have to do is to shift double click this and then show layer mask, and this is the alpha texture. The whites will be solid, the black will be transparent. There may be like these bits here, you see? Go back and I'm going to erase. There's probably something here that's kind of, yeah, well that's fine, actually just color this in. Okay, why not let me do it? Yeah, there we go. Just clean this up slightly. Clean it up. This is a custom, this one's a modded Koikatsu model, so some of the textures are custom and sometimes they're a little bit sloppy, which is fine. Like, yeah, this looks alright. So I'll just call this alpha, I'll just save it. And it should be saved into the same folder that you opened the texture in. And so you come back into VirtualMate and you'll have these. Select these and then select the alpha, and there you go. And usually I like to set the shader up higher priority, just so you don't, just in case there's two clothing with alpha textures made, it doesn't leave a weird outline. So you should set one to highest shader. And I would create new. And when you open the clothing, like, let me explain. When you press this, it will open up a folder. After you save, there'll be a VAJ file. You double click that. And under smooth iterations, let me try and find it. Yeah. So under smooth iterations, when you open this up, which is here, you press 0. Because the smoothing actually distorts the clothing for you, and sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. So if it helps, then keep it on. If it doesn't help, then yeah, then don't keep it. So I'll take this off now and I'll turn this back on, and you'll notice that it's a little bit different, right? Because one has been smoothed and one hasn't been smoothed. So I kind of prefer the one that has not been smoothed. To be honest, it's quite close. Yeah, it's just the overall shape of the eyes look a little bit better. And obviously it's VirtualMate, so don't get too caught up with how accurate it is. There's bound to be some screw ups. That's just the nature of the program. And I'll leave a little bit of allowance. Yep, and you'll notice that she still looks really strange. She looks like an alien baby. That's fine. Slowly working on it. So the next bit would be to, I guess, do the top. Once I do the top, I can take this off and then load the torso textures, check the head and all that, and then throw the hair in, work on the eyes a little bit, and then do the rest. And we're basically halfway there. So for the top, it's this, and you usually want to have this stick. Physics is nice, so if you have the chance to add some settings to it, you just should take that. So I was worried about these buckles here, and most of them, for the most part, do look nice, except for this one part. If it's not too distorted, I might just let it run. And I'm gonna take off this clothing. Now there's a chunk missing here. I need to go back into Blender and see what's happening. Okay, so that's actually part of the clothing, right? Not too sure what's that all about. Just a stylistic choice. And there's this here. This here. I'm going to do a dry run where I save this and then take off the smooth slider just to see how the texture, the mesh looks. So I'm not going to load any textures, I'm just curious. I'm just doing a little bit of testing. A and B testing. Okay, so this is unsmooth. Ooh, that buckle. Oof. That buckle, I don't like how it looks. Is it supposed to look like? I guess it's okay. It's... Ugh. Okay, I'm kind of 90% confident, so I'm going to throw the textures on there. Now, you would notice that there... Actually, we wouldn't notice. You would not notice. Why would I say that? There's no alpha textures that come with... No alpha textures? What am I saying? I need to get a drink. Dry throat's making me say stupid things. There's no normal textures that come with this. We have to make our own normal textures. So, go back in the game. Go back into game, and there we go. Let me open it up. The clothing texture looks something like this. Now there's a plugin for GIMP that lets you automatically generate a nice normal map, and usually I would pick this. And that's pretty much done for you. It's a little bit of work. It's a little bit of work, but I think it's worth it. And I noticed that there's some alpha textures here as well, so I might as well do the alpha while I'm at it, just in case I need it later. Yeah, there we go. I have no idea where that really covers, but better to be safe. Load the textures in. It's kind of dark, isn't it? This one's... Is it supposed to be like this? Like, all the weird distortions aside, is it supposed to be this dark? It's usually a shinier color, like a lighter, shinier color, isn't it? Which means that I need to go back and see if I need to do some processing on these. And this is really just, oh, you guys can't see. Sorry. Yeah, it's really dark. So I want to see if I can maybe adjust the textures a bit. But this looks too light. That's the issue. So if I use the dark textures and maybe this. I'll keep the dark ones for now. At the worst, I can just rename. I can put in new textures and rename them, so it will apply automatically. And throw this in. And then throw the alpha in. I'm not sure what the alpha will do for. Oh, okay, it's for these bits. Alright. Let me move my mic a little bit. It's kind of in the way. Hope you guys can still hear me. Let me test. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me. And then do some of these settings here. We should lift it up a bit. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. I kind of like how it looks. Yeah, it's a little bit sharper. So I'll just keep it for now. I can always change it. Now I want to double check that this is just one material. Okay. Alright. Cool. I'm just mainly worried about this bit here. The buckle looks alright. Okay, save, and I'll take a screenshot. And since it's saved again, I'm gonna have to open up the VHA file and remove the smoothing just to see how it's going to look like. I hope it looks good. I don't want to do too much. Oh, need. Let's reload. Oh. Yeah, I was worried about that, but yeah, that's kind of acceptable. Like for VAM, yeah. Oh, fuck's sake, this bit here though. I am going to see if I can. I'm going to see if I can play around with some physics. By that, I mean I'm going to play with the physics slider. So if you don't know, there's a sim slider here. Could have run this. I have no idea if it's going to fix anything. No, probably not. Shame. I really like how that part turned out. It's just the zipper in the middle is just a... That's why I like to import things in different pieces. I'm going to take a look if that's actually possible. Because it's a real shame. I'm going to pop back into Blender a little bit. Yeah, so these straps here. Right. Can I separate these? What's going on? I'm concentrating right now, so excuse me if I'm not talking too much. What an absolute. Oh, I did just notice something, and I'm not sure. If I don't have that, will that be causing the no? You know, at the very least, let me keep that. So I'm gonna see if I can separate that out. It's always a game of settling for less with them. Sounds a little bit harsh, but that's how it goes with the clothing sometimes. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna try and do this. I'm going to re-import this bit, but I've cut out the sleeve. Now, cutting out the sleeve, there's a bit on the sleeve on the top of the thing that leads down to the collar. I need to chop in half, basically. I'm not sure if that will look good. So, well, let's see. Let's experiment. Let's get dangerous. And I will have to save this as sleeve too. I'm basically in Daz doing the same clothing importing step right now. Yeah, so yeah, it's fine. Just white in the background. Don't think YouTube will care about that. Yeah. But this thing though, it's not really that important. Like no one's gonna look at it, but me personally, I know it's there. It's gonna bother me a little bit. Unless I bring that in with the pouches. Whatever. I mean, like, fuck it. I'm just gonna leave that there. You guys in the stream, don't tell anyone on Discord. They took the easy way out. Be very, very quiet. It's between you and me. And I know you guys are there. Just a couple of you. I mean, it's not too bad, right? I'm not in the coping stage right now. But too bad. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at something. Never mind. Let me save this. Okay. Alright. Right. And now the sleeve. Okay. Yeah, so that's the part that I'm annoyed about. If you chop this in half, they're gonna do like Blender import is gonna do like weird things with the edge. I will save this for now and then remove the smoothing. I'm gonna see if that fixes it. Kind of. Like the smoothing is definitely fixed, but there's a gap there now, and that's kind of irritating for me. Ugh. And I roughly know how to fix that. But it's just a big pain in the butt. Basically, you need to go around to that mesh and then rejoin it and then grab the meshes around the area and build a what's basically a gap filler and import it. I don't know. I keep it like this for now. If I want to revert it, it's easy. I just think it overall, like, it looks better this way. And by easy, I mean, by reverting it and easy, I mean just putting it as one piece again. The gap filler part of it is a little bit annoying though. Any alpha texture for this? Oh. Then remove the smoothing. And then refresh it. Yeah, I just like how much chunkier it looks, but this gap here, oh my lord, that is annoying. That is just annoying to look at. Let me see if I can pop into Blender and fix it. So it's basically this part here. I believe. Yeah, it just runs along this wrap. So I need these parts. Clean this up a little bit. I hope this works, by the way. And for some of you guys watching, it's very obvious that I do like hobby modeling, as in model kit building, because this is a type of shit that I have to fill in with like green stuff, if you know like anything about modeling. Like, oh, there's a gap. Well, better find some shit to close that gap with before you paint onto it. It's the same type of process. It's the same type of thought process. So, trying to clear that up, I will have to load this one. Hopefully. It's hard to know until I texture this. Also, boom should not be on. Let me turn that off before I forget. Gonna get textures. Put this here. Hopefully that will fix it. I mean, outwardly, yeah, it looks kind of better already. For the work, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, I guess. Probably a little bit high up, so I need to adjust it. Maybe like so. Yeah, I'll just leave it there for now. Like, it's black, it looks like part of the strap. I'll just leave it there for now until I do a little bit more polishing. So that's that. I did say I was going to load the body texture, so I'll do that now. Need to rename everything. And I will have to be more careful now. Wait, oh no, I forgot to turn fan back on. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, I've been talking to myself while you guys are just staring at Blender. But not much has really changed. So basically I applied a gap fix here by taking a piece of the original texture of the clothing and just applied it up here. You see there's a gap here. And so I just placed it here. Right. I think there's still maybe a tiny bit missing here. I'm not sure, but it's like I said earlier, it's just black. So it's just gonna fit in anyways. The main important thing is that people can't see like a big seam here. It's basically fine. Like, I'd rather have this nice larger detail here than like a little tiny bit sticking out there. It's like I said, VAM's not a perfect coding process, so for these type of things it's not really a big deal. And oh my god, what is this? I'm gonna cry. Let me take a look at the original textures. I have a feeling that it's one of those situations where I want to just redo the textures. Because there's probably some like weird overlay crap going on. Yeah, I probably have to go back and redo the textures. By redo, I mean re-import the textures from Koikatsu and then redo the body thing, because I'm almost sure that the person who made the model had like an overlay thing on and it just caused this. And I want to get like a proper... You see how this cuts off here? I want to get like a proper decal so it's not all messed up like that. But it's mainly these areas here. But there are a lot of things that look good in Koikatsu that doesn't really carry over. And I need to find like a full texture for it. Oh. Yeah, it's here somewhere. There. I'll check that afterwards. But the goal of this stream is to get 80 to 90% of the work done tonight. And then possibly release her. So that's done. I'll do this other side, which is scary looking. Jeez, what happened here? Why are you like that? Really have to stop making these shapes in Koikatsu, I swear. So lazy. If you're gonna modern the whole culture, modern the whole thing properly. Grab the alpha. Not sure the alpha really does anything, but I guess I'm gonna load it anyways. So you guys can see how the clothing inputs that takes a lot of time, because there's a lot of going back and forth. And some of that is acceptable. What the hell? And one thing I need to do as well is to subdivide the elbow area. I want to see how this looks like first. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I might need to take this part out. I need to take that part out. The buckles are almost there. Like, I need to fix that too. Is there a reason why the buckles are like that? Just submerge them slightly. I just leave it. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna have to take out the cuffs. Not sure why it's not selecting in Blender. What I need to do is to select this. Separate that from the sleeves. Rename it as something else. Because if I do it the normal way, it's just going to distort. Might as well grab these as well. Check this out. Subdivide this area. The elbows. Double check that it matches the mesh. It should. just in case. And now resave it. So I subdivided the area there just so that when the elbow bends, there's enough vertices there to keep it shape, so it won't clip. With the elbow popping out. It's not perfect, sometimes it still happens, but it helps a lot. Easier if I do this. So the sleeves are here, goes up here, Delaware, and that, and I'll subdivide it. Resave it and re-import it. And I'm in Dash to re-import it. This here. Oh. What? This it? Okay. So I need to do that all over again. Pushing back to VAM. You know, the head's distracting me a little bit. So I'm just gonna do the hair now. And it's very simple. Here, and you just have to open the blender and then load the hair as well, and then just try and match everything. And by match everything, I mean the location. Okay, so I'm in Blender right now, and I noticed that there might be a small issue. Where parts of the head might be sticking out too much. It should be okay. It looks okay. As long as the original mesh shows that, then it should be fine. So, grabbing this. Gonna try and, like, I'm looking at Blender while I'm doing this. Just try and get this right. Just you have to compare points in Blender with the grid and points on major features on the face. This could probably go there. It's really touch and go. Pretty sure it's further down. No. There's too much. What about front on? Okay, so the bangs should be here, so that's a bit too low. That's way too low. Be here. And we look at the side. be maybe down one, and then forward one, back one. Hang on. I think that's sitting a bit too far out. Yeah, I'm like talking to myself right now. So if you guys find it weird. Just trying to make things engaging. Sometimes it's not perfect. Sometimes it can get very close to perfect. And then a little bit. I'm wondering if that's a bit too high. Yeah, it seems alright. So I'll just take these settings and do the goggles and the hairpin as well. So to do that, I need to make more CUAs for the head. I like to keep things hidden. Have this selected so people don't accidentally click on it. So trace and pen and plugins. And the one I use is Blaze. Blaze Nut? What's his name? Let me find it first. Blaze Dust, and it's parent code. There's one called Superglue, but I just prefer to use this one. I don't think Superglue is perfect. So slap that on, and then try to remember this. So this is +9, and then this is negative -608. Okay. 0.09, and then this is -1.608, and it should be, yeah, it's there. And do that for the next one. Same thing again. Did I remember to hide that? I need to check. Okay, the burst here. That's the wrong one. I need the goggles. And then I believe it's -1.608. And this one is 1.09. Yep. And remember to save it in case the damn game crashes. It has happened to me before. I have to morph the eyes a little bit as well. So we're getting there. We're kind of getting there. I need to redo these bits. I need to apply the new sleeve to here, the one with the subdivided mesh. Do that now. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was dangerous. I wonder if I'll get a warning for that. I wonder how the warning will come in. Anyways. That's the old one. Why is it not loading the new one? Did I save this wrong? Yeah, it's still loading the old one. What gives? I'm changing the name of this. It sometimes happens. It won't overwrite properly. Leave left. Yeah, there we go. Now, why is it still doing that? Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and there's an issue here now. That's a non-manifold. Not sure why it popped out now and not previously. I think maybe because I subdivided something. Oh, time to fix that. Where is it? Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, that's a bunch of them as well. Pretty sure it's on the seam of the subdivided part. Yeah. I'm in Blender right now, basically hunting it down. Just gonna load the texture as well. Load the textures. So they're basically here, meaning it's these. So you guys can see I'm like looking around on my Blender right now. Actually, I just switched the views. Kind of no, it's kind of boring. Looking at Van when I'm not doing anything there. Like here they look like little triangles almost, but I can't find them. Are you sure somewhere? It's really strange. Hey, hey. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I get why I missed it. No, wait, no. Okay, where's it? Where is it? Don't see it. Why are there no manifolds there? It's messed up. Anyways, let's see what happens. Maybe something I need to fix off stream. And then pull up VAM again. Yeah, I need to fix that off stream. Maybe it's not even really that big of an issue. It really depends if they suddenly start causing issues with post magic plugin. And there's actually a way to find out. I can turn that on. Wait, where is it? Didn't I have post magic out? Oh, there it is. So if I turn on, is it blur? Devil field? Bloom? Yeah, okay, that's gonna be an issue. Okay. Yeah. That's a pain in the butt. That's a big pain in the butt. And I have no real idea what's causing that. I'm trying to locate it. Is that much? Too much of a lead. It just looked like there was like a triangle texture here somewhere. Maybe I can reload to the original texture and then change up the subdividing. Was it this one? But that's already subdivided. No, that's fine. I'll just load up the master file. Is that it? That's 1.2. Alright. Didn't want to come to this, but it is what it was. Yeah, VAM loading, importing. It's not easy. Yeah, so the main issue was that I think it was because I subdivided areas around here which caused an issue. So probably gonna have to stick to this area then. I'm just guessing anyways. Because I feel like it's the jump and the island map that may have caused an issue there. Let's try again. Oh, yeah, I need to change the name of the materials. Boy, my throat is sore. Drink some water. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so it was that. Right, okay, now I know. Uh-huh. Oh, I did place textures. Yeah. Uh-huh. Disabling smoothing for this piece of clothing. No. Okay. Next, I will have to do the buckles. And the cuffs for that arm. But before that, I want to test and... No, let's do the buckles now, and then do the gloves. Which I have not saved. And for this one, I'm going to have to use a stopper plugin. So the stopper plugin allows for more precise placement of clothing, but it's not used very often because it's a bit of a double-edged sword. So you just want a piece of something to sit on top of there, then it's fine. But if it's a large piece, it may cause issues. I need to go to here first, and then cuffs. Yeah, and it doesn't look very good. So I'm going to use the plugin and have it nailed down to one place. Sometimes it doesn't work too well because you'll see it's not perfect. Like sometimes there'll be like a weird orientation. So a lot of it is just trialing. Yeah, it's just getting worse and worse. That's almost perfect, but not quite. And you want to do it in an area where it doesn't flex too much. If it flexes a bit, then what would happen is that it will stretch. So I just noticed something with the buckle with this thread now. There seems to be something in there hanging out. I'm not entirely sure what that is, so it might be part of the glove. Might be part of the glove, so I'll do that and yeah, it's part of the glove. So I need to get rid of that. And resave it. Oh, that's strange. Do they connect properly? I'm in Blender right now. I'm just getting rid of the little... If you look at it, there's like a little bit sticking out of the bracelet. That's actually part of the glove. So I need to edit the mesh a little bit again. And then re-import the tops of that sleeve. Save it and there's... Oh man, it's 11 a.m. 11 p.m. Redo this. Just looking at it right now, there may be a chance that it will fix itself when I remove the smoothing. Let's see if that works out. It could have been this entire time, that piece of the glove sticking it in, that's making it look really bad. Yeah, apparently that was the case. But I remembered that there was still a little bit of distortion beforehand, so I'll just keep it separate. I'll just keep it separate. Yeah. Save it, and then remove smoothing again. And hopefully it should look good. Shift my chair a little bit. So I got a new ergonomic chair recently because these long sessions on RAM does hurt the spine a little bit, and the ergonomic chair does help out. It's very comfortable. Yeah, so something like this would look kind of right. So that stopper plugin wasn't entirely needed. I just do that. I'm not sure how correct that is, but I just looked better. And next would be the buckles. And I'm sure for that one, you know what, for that one, I might not need the stopper one either. Since it's a separate piece, I can just change the offset. We'll see how it goes. Preferably, I don't have to play around with the stopper plugin. It's a great plugin, mind you. It's really good. But if it's fine by itself, then it's fine by itself. It'll save a lot of time. Okay, I'm taking away the smoothing modifier. Okay, yeah, so that looks alright. I'd go with that. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Going back to this part that I want to redo. There may be a chance that the non-manifold might show. No, it's okay. Good. Okay, it's good. Good. Fine. Not too much work. It's good. That's what I want to say. Moving the smoothing modifier. That's the wrong button. Where did it go? Here. Okay, so the elbow's been subdivided. It should be good. The chest should be alright. Not too happy about that, but it's VAM, so I'm not going to be too caught about it. And that I want to test the gloves. New gloves. I feel like that might cause issues. Or not. They look quite good. Obviously, there's a little bit of clipping. That looks very sus. What's going on there? Okay, that seemed to have fixed itself. Now, what happens when I disable the smoothing iteration? Playing around settings, pressing buttons. Gloves and stuff like shoes where they fit on the extremities, those are trouble areas. Okay, so if I remove the smoothing iterations, yeah, this is gonna cause problems. So I'm gonna keep it on. So it's one of those areas where you do want it on, which is fine. Perfectly fine and understandable. And for these areas, I will just do that a little bit. Would be fine now. What's going on here? I thought we fixed you. But I just not turned the thing on. What? Why is there a chunk missing here? Oh. Damn it, you look fine from the front. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. Jeez, that scared the... I'm like, dude, I don't want to take 3 steps forward and 2 steps back again. Yep. And then... yeah, it looks alright. The next thing on my naughty list would be the shoes. And I'm not too worried about the shoes. Not that there's nothing to go wrong there, it's just that it's a more general fix if it does go wrong. So here. Feet. Yeah, so you see like all these bits here where it's just messed up, mainly around the front of the toes. Not sure what's going on at the back there. How do these shoes look like in Blender? Yeah, so there's huge overhangs. Crikey. Like Gundam shoes, like what the hell's happening here? Unfreeze her a little bit just to make sure they're not okay. Now, I do know there might be an issue on one side because I mentioned this at the start of the stream. This is one of those rare Raikatsu models where it's not symmetrized. So I have a feeling that the shoes are not mirrored properly because I was just looking at the port right now and one side looks way different. It's very faint, but there's some distortions around like the toes and all that where it should be mirrored, but it's not. So before I really apply anything, I need to fix that first. Yeah, so you see now they're basically mirrored properly. And the fix, what would the fix be for this? I want to save it and see how it looks like unsmooth. Which is absolutely insane. Holy crap. You know what I said about that not being an issue. I take that back. This is a big issue. Damn. How would I fix this? How would I fix this? It's like, yeah, it's gonna be a stopper plugin job, isn't it? So, I can probably take this area. Probably take this area. And then let's see how it looks. Okay, that looks a bit more manageable. So I don't want it to connect to certain parts, if it makes sense. This is really good, actually. So it doesn't cause like a scrambling effect, if that makes sense. Okay, this is causing problems there. Okay, so I just want to tag the extremities. Now, luckily the shoe inside has quite a bit of volume. So even if there are any loose parts, then it wouldn't immediately pop out of the shoes. Because from what I've seen, the shoe is basically built like a tank around the feet. It's crazy. I want to make sure these parts here are properly connected so they don't float out. And these are usually the bits around here. Yeah, so this looks tons better than what I had previously. And now I'm just being greedy. I'm just gonna add as many points as I can get away with without it distorting. Because the more control points there are, the better it will be, obviously. Places where I don't want things to clip too much. Okay, so what if I put this here? Alright, that's causes issues. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rework her textures a little bit. Because I'm not sure if it's doing like an overlay thing in Quickatsu or whatever. But some of it is coming off like really weird and bad. So I might just take that off and then redo the textures and then probably do that off stream in a little while. What are those? Those are shoes apparently from anime, and I don't know. Those are like car engines attached to her feet. It's crazy. They're pain in the ass support to do this, virtual mate. Now these don't have, this is just a new texture set. So I'm gonna have to build a new normal map for it. Like crazy anime clothing drives me up the wall sometimes. Oh wait, those are my old clothing. Those are the old textures. That's fine, I can use them. At least I think they're okay. Okay. Jeez. And once again, it's Virtuemate, so nothing really ports in properly. Don't get too caught up about it. Yeah. Return of smoothing and pray to Jesus. Start praying that it doesn't go crazy. Okay, that scared me for a second. Alright, so the stuff at the end there, like here, looks fine. But there are extremities here that needs to be redone. And I'm guessing it's mainly due to this. And I'm feeling like I don't really need it. If you know how heavy metal weighs, like having that on your feet is really uncomfortable. I hope she doesn't like fall into water or anything because she's not gonna get up again. She's not gonna get up. If she falls into like any body of water, she's not getting out of there. That's all I want to say. Just comparing it to Blender, it looks alright. Yeah. Your waifu ain't swimming, that's for sure. Yeah. Since that's done, I'll do her eyes. And I need to pull up a picture of her. Just to get the proportions right. Yeah, it's pretty much standard proportions, alright. Cool. So, iris. I usually work off that tab from the iris, and it's usually something like. But you can check it out. All my looks. Some people prefer to have the eyes in Blender made into the exact shape. I prefer to do the adjustments in Van with the morph slider. That way, people who use my looks have more control over things. Because if it's done in Blender, then there isn't much that you can adjust. Because once you adjust it, it's gonna break something. Let me check her thing. It's all about proportions. You're just looking at where the dot of her pupil sits, how close they are to each other, how much white space in proportion to pupil. I don't know why, but when I look up her name, there's just feet pics of her. Like, what's going on? Did she do something with her feet? Yeah, and then this one probably. I think this looks about right. The pupils are a little bit more oval, so I will... Oh, actually, yeah, it's oval now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Now, how far are the irises from each other? Did I press the wrong button? Okay. About 4? 4 seems a little bit... Yeah, 4 seems alright. Flipping into the eyeliner a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. It's something that happens a lot in anime anyways. Where sometimes bits of like hair and stuff flip. I can just do that. And then play with the iris depth a little bit and the eye should be done. I can do that. Yeah, just try and mash things a little bit. And then lower the slider. Wait, I just did. Am I doing it again? Jeez. Then, yeah, that's the one I was looking at. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Maybe make it like that. I don't think her eyes are that round. I like it the other way, to be honest. But this seems more accurate, maybe? Yeah, I think that's about right. Excuse me. That seems about right. From a distance, at least. Might make this a little bit bigger. I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me. This seems about right. Save. Okay, so the troublesome areas for now are done. The one that are immediate. I need to put in the leggings and do her skirt. And her skirt is the real troublemaker because it's got all these straps attached to it. Obviously, I need to do the new textures again. I'm not keeping this texture. This one's too troublesome. It's got all these things here, overlays going on. I need to go back into Koikatsu and re-export a bunch of textures. So, leggings. No, I did not. I did not export that with this. I need to do it now. The knee pads as well. I need to do knee pads. And pouches. That's there's actually a bunch of stuff I need to do. And the top zipper, okay. I'm not quite scot-free yet. Anything else? Screw it. Yeah. So do the legging first. And it looks good. Thank God, we kind of needed a breaker. Be real brave and turn the underwear off. Oh no, what's happening, camera? Please, 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 please. Okay. She's coming along now, right? She's looking alright. Don't know about what you guys think. I think she's coming along alright. Oh, but if I forget, I need to subdivide the areas around the knees. So when she kneels or goes crazy at MMD dances, it's not going to let through her knees. I don't know why, but I feel like I need to go out for a hamburger after the stream. I feel like a sudden urge for midnight munchies. I did do a bunch of podcasting and stuff today, so I feel like my blood sugar is kind of crashing. Yeah. So I'll just re-import this. Jump scared. That wasn't smart. This should be fine. The other thought came to me just as I pressed that button. And a really smart thing to do after the stream is to back up all my stream, like save the stream for all my other videos. In case something happens, I'll just re-upload them. Let me check which texture I need for this. Oh, it's the same texture as that one? Alright. Very good. Yes. Very relaxing. When things go correctly, I am happy. Okay, so undoing the smoothing doesn't really do anything. I really like how the normal map looks here. Yeah. Oh, the normal map? Oh, yeah, that's a little nice bit of detail. It looks very nice and bumpy there. I like it. I like it. Like it very much. So I'm gonna stick the knee pads on her. I probably use this stopper plugin because for that kind of detail, you really don't want it to be. Yeah, you don't want it to be. This looks like 50%, right? But that's not good enough. And it's one of those features that's gonna draw everyone's eye. But before that, I need to turn on this setting. Alright, so. Yeah. Hang on a second, I need to take a pants off. I need to not move up. Remind me not to move up. So with the stopper plugin, it flexes. So if you put it here and then the knees bend, so this will, when it bends, right, the vertices will expand. So that will make the knee pads flex too much. So it's best to really pick these kind of areas, which is basically on the hinge, mechanically on the person. Check in Blender how this actually looks like on the person. There it is. Alright, so it's slightly to one side. Alright. Good to know. That's a bit too much. That's pretty much almost perfect. Now I'm gonna chance things a little bit and move it up slightly. Yeah, that's perfect. So I'm gonna turn the pants back on. And then put the textures on. Okay, what's that? Are those the correct ones? Looks like it. Yeah. Right? Let me double check in Blender again. Okay. Check here. I think for metallic parts, 6 would do. And that. Oh, yeah, and there's some really pretty scratches on there. I love that. Very good, very good. And that looks very nice. Now the pants are back on, right? Yep. So, coming along quite nicely. Next part would be the zipper. and it came really distorted due to that region of the mesh. So we're gonna use this stopper plugin again. You have to reload it every time you load in a new mesh. Loading. Put it up here. Ugh. Nani sore. It kind of looks right if you look in Blender. It is kind of the shape. At the same time, it feels like they've kind of... I'll move it. I have to move it. Nani sore. Looks even more cursed. That's the original one. I don't want to take the top off. But if you put it too further down, it's going to catch the boobs. And then when the boobs move, the zipper is going to gyrate. So I'm going to try further up, if anything. Which, funnily enough, seems to look good. Yeah, I'll keep this one. Don't know why the camera keeps jumping like that. Metallic, so I give it a little bit more gloss. Yeah. Yeah. So it looks alright now. I'm gonna unfreeze her physics. Just testing out a little bit. Okay. I'm just worried about the zipper part kind of expanding as the chest moves and shrinking when the chest moves. Occasionally it does that. So now we do the pouches. Okay. I feel like the ones on arms should be a bit easier. Have I saved them? Oh. No. No, I haven't. So I'll do that now. I'll save them now. Pouches. It's just really 2 pouches on the shoulders and then 2 pouches or 3 pouches on the top. Now I'm really curious as to how the skirt will look like. It might set me into depression, but I need to know. And the skirt, that actually looks reasonably good. Like, despite a lot of things, it actually looks reasonably good. And the issue is the issue, yeah, will be the rest of the details on that skirt. I really don't want to think about. So let's join it, see what happens. I'm just really curious now. Because if this goes well, it's going to save me so much time. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. Nice tits, bro. You talking about my little Ayaka avatar? Or whatever's on the screen? Oh my god, yeah, this is gonna be an issue at the back. That's vomit inducing. The front looks so good though. Came out right. But the yeah, I need to take that out. Going back to Blender. How's your day, by the way? It's pretty late for me. It's almost 12 a.m. So in any case, I know roughly like what's happening around here. I'm gonna have a little think about it as I port in the other parts. Like bloody mental exercise. Jeez. And just to show how annoying that is, yeah, I'm not sure how these are gonna hang around on there. I might try to attach some of these onto the skirt, see what happens. Like these pouches. I know they won't be connected directly, but I wonder if they'll stay on. At least in the way that's usable, serviceable. Fucking tools. Yeah, they don't have a snowball's chance in hell. I feel like these tools can just, I can stick it to her ass. I can just staple that to her ass and then have the physics start from somewhere here below the spot. The issue is whether these pouches, if I can somehow import them into there on one piece. This is basically one giant damage assessment exercise. Okay, turning that back on. Yeah? Oh. Yeah, some of the materials. Which one are you? Pouches. And which one are you? Why is it like pouches? Wait. Bleh. Guys. Okay, I named it different. Yeah. Okay, should be okay now? Yeah. Alright. So the pouches and I don't say aren't too bad, but some of them are pretty horrendous. Just looking at it from here, from this perspective, can it be saved with stoppers plugin? I don't know. If I use stoppers plugin and then I add physics, because these aren't directly connected to the skirt, they're just gonna fall off. Yeah. I can do a very rudimentary physics right now using this. So yeah, you see them, they'll just fall off. I feel like in these parts I can probably just, along with the hammer on this side. But then the pouches on this side. I can always just not port them. That's always an option. If it's annoying, I can just get rid of that. But that's kind of like a last resort, right? But anyways, I'll be thinking about that while I port the ones I do know what I'm gonna do. Yep, so these are going to be issues. Kind of expected as much. Reload, open. Heck are these things? I'm gonna check in Blender. There's normal pouches. Why does it? What? What does it look like that when it gets ported on? Yeah, I suppose that might be normal. And then this next one. That's about right. I'll just keep it like that. And that's turning a little bit higher up than I want to. Maybe here. No? I'm doing surgery here. My god. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah. Oh, man, I've been streaming for 3 hours. 3 hour stream. It's not even the worst. I can start doing for some of the more shit, what was my train of thought? Some of the more complicated models. Yeah, you'll be with me for like 8 hours. And I wish I'm not joking. Some of the more complicated ones. It's a whole day. This is a new texture map, so I'm building the normal texture now. Yeah. Let me check my YouTube inbox while this thing loads. Oh, nice. Okay. Back to this. Piece of clothing, is it? This one. Weird. It's got like this weird undertone to it. What's happening there? I just select the wrong piece of clothing. Yeah, I thought so. Right. Could be good. And removing the smoothing. Okay. Yeah, came out about right. I don't think it's super perfect, but just how it is. Next would be the pouches. I believe for this one I can actually take off the sleeves. Sleeve cuffs. Sleeve 2. Yeah. Yeah, load it. So after I do this, it'll be the skirt. There's stuff on the skirt and her textures, and this will be done. I'm gonna go eat an apple. Or not eat an apple. I'm just gonna take some bites from it. Oh, someone's calling me. Hmm. Apples are great when you're thirsty and you want to eat something at the same time. Yeah, I believe that should be fine. Right. Hmm. I'm not sure how much of this you can hear. Mm. Mm-hmm. Good, I have a placement of it. Alright. Basically only have one final piece of problem in the way. But before I do that, I need to do the edge colliders as well. And before I do that, I need to check the physics for the hair. It's not too crazy or anything. Sometimes it acts differently from how it shows in Unity. Yeah, it seems alright. So the way I set my colliders, this was cylinders. They just look like this. And you make an invisible one and a visible one. And you put the sorry, you put the visible one in place. Or you put the visible one in place, and then when you're in place, you use the invisible one to replace it. And I believe some people, I don't know why, they make you pay money for like using these cylinders. And it's just basically using the easy bone script. So you just make your own in freaking Unity. And go wild, you can attach it to male characters' hands so you can play with the hair. Or you can just use it this way to create collider zones for the hair. When you're done with doing anything, save it. Right. And now as for the skirt. So I'm going to take a look at the skirt again. Issue 1 is going to be the belt. Issue 2 is the skirt. I believe the belt, I can just use the stopper plugin to just staple it on roughly where it is. And then I don't know about the rest of it. I'm in Blender right now. I'm just gonna open up Blender so you guys don't get bored. These are the grenades and vultures, so I can put some of these together. Now, I've basically come to several decisions. These ones are easy. The main issue is going to be this and that. Now, this one I can probably just staple to a butt as well, so that's not really much of an issue. So it really comes down to, I'm not even going to do that. This is not connected to anything. It's just off hanging and it's at the back. It's pretty low priority. No one's going to catch it. Question is this. And this I can... This depends on how much I want these skirts to move. If I want the skirt to flow, I don't think this can be there. Because this is not attached to the skirt. Once physics is applied, this is going to fall off. Or this is going to be in place. Could I? Yeah, well, that's going to be in place. And then nothing will really move. I've got this crazy idea where maybe I could just put that in place here, turn off the physics in this section here, and just add it to like a Z shape around here. A little bit complicated, but that might be doable. Yeah, that's probably script. Hope you like problem solving when you're dealing with version mate. Yes. So I'll probably do this here. They're far enough to be able to report it as one set without them bothering each other. Skirt accessory 1. And then these bags here, I'll call them skirt bags 1. Yeah. I need to separate these one. Now, someone might notice that there was a bandolier coming down here. I will have to port that as a COA item. It's basically the last resort, because messing around with COA is a little bit more inaccessible. What was that? What? Yeah, basically this is going to be COA item. There's very little way where I can put that there and then not have it look awkward, because it won't be moving. So that's one of those unfortunate parts. And on the outside, this port looks very simple, but it's small things like these that make it a lot harder than it appears. Then here's skirts bag 2. I'm done with this app. I do have some prunes on the plate, but I feel like after eating it, my ass is gonna like fucking explode, and I'm gonna go to the toilet. So I'm just gonna hold that off. Yeah. So go skirts. that belt. Okay. If that goes well, then I'll do all that, and then I will probably turn off the stream and do the rest off stream, because they're just random fixes, and that'll be me redoing the textures as well, which is not very interesting. Plus my phone's kind of running out of power. If this goes well. If this doesn't go well, we might be here for another 3 hours. Here's me. Oh, was that the old one or the new version? That's the old one. Yeah, it looks kind of clean. Let's see how it interacts with the rest of the body. Not too badly. Things aren't really clicking too much. Okay. How's this working with the rest of the body? It's surprisingly well. Okay. These are good signs. Increase physics. So, the CUA strap aside, just have to add the bags in and see what happens. Oh, and the belt. Right. Now this shirt, what physics does it work off? Main text? Main texture set? Just gonna guess. Probably this one. Yes, the one. Don't push me to a boot. Maybe I don't want physics for this. I can make a lot of things fit, but I do want some physics for this because it looks really unnatural. If the hem at least doesn't move. It doesn't look too cool as well. Cool is important. Yeah, put it the wrong way around. Yeah. And I'm gonna try turning off the smoothing again for the skirt. See what happens. Very good. Like some of the parts here look better. But not worth the other drawbacks. Yeah. So the belt next. Skirt accessory one. No, I don't want the belt. Did not export the belt? So I'll do that now. Yeah. So it looks good in the front, but bad in the back. What will I have to do? First, I take the skirt off. I probably need to take the leggings off, but I need to put on panties. The ones I had before were quite good. Just give me shy, lady. Yeah. Eight. Yeah. Just put these on for now. Yeah. Okay. So I will have to use the stopper plugin most likely. Up here. There's no real connection point here that's not going to cause issues. I shouldn't have cleared that. I needed this still. Did I just get a message? Oh no, low power. I also broke my VTuber thing. Let me recalibrate it. If I let this stay here, what happens when it moves around? Will it stay in place? Should be alright now. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'll keep it like that. Serviceable. So the belt is using a skirt textures, alright. And then I'll take away the smoothing. Save this as well. Very good. Nice to save. Let's do that. Yeah, I feel like it's about as good as I can give it. Comparing it to Blender, it's sitting a little bit further back, but I think it could be adjusted. And since it's 1 point, it's not too hard to adjust. Yeah, basically that. It should be good. At least from the front anyways. There might be other issues later on, but I honestly don't know how else I can do this. Next would be the pouches. No, the next would be the accessories. I forgot to do the thing. Forgot to rename the materials. Oh, there's a skirt strap as well. I didn't know about that. Jeez. Jeez Louise. I have a phone call. I'll be right back. It's from work. Yo, sorry about that. Hmm. And all that, you know how that is. Yeah, none of this came out right. Didn't really expect any of them to come out right now. That's pretty much attached to her legs. This might prove tricky. And this is the front. Here. What are these? These are grenades. I mean, the shape seems about right. Yeah, the shape seems about right. So I'm gonna add in the belt. Seems to be fitting in the right place. And then the skirt. Oh, this one's slightly out. This one seems good. I think after I remove the smoothing iterations, it should be fine. Now, when I move it, that's the real question. What happens when it moves? Yeah? Okay, that's mainly staying in place. Okay, it's not too bad. Not too bad. It's, yeah. I'm not gonna touch it. There's a few textures going on for this. I think number one's the pouch, and then number two, it's from the this accessory one. Huh? Sleeve one? Buckles. No. Oh, anyways. That's part of that. The pouches, it's... Is that correct? That looks correct, right? That's how screwdrivers look. Gonna make them shinier. I feel like they should be shinier. Cool. We'll turn off the smoothing iterations for this. And then there's one more set of textures. I need to hunt down what they are. Gonna hunt them down now. What's it called? Tools. Ah, alright. I feel like it's this one. Let me see. I need to build a new normal texture for this. That's the wrong button. Yeah, I'm just guessing it might not be this texture. That, that looks right. Yeah. I'll make this extra shiny as well, because these are metallic. Yeah. Alright. Save, and then I'll see if it fits properly. Yeah, this will put it better. Now this, I've seen hammers kind of like this, but is that right? Kind of? I know it's way back there, but is there a way to make it look better? Whoever press this, what happens? Basically, don't press it. Seems alright. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of happy about that. And so, what was the next one? Pouches, right. And a strap. Right. Did I save it? No, I did not save it. And strap. Probably do the strap first. I feel like that one's the most straightforward. No. Yep. Okay, so I'll do the straps first. Which sticks out somewhere here. Yeah, and it's distorted because it sticks out too far, which is fine. We can fix it. Yeah. Yep, that's fine. So for this, I'll add a bit of physics afterwards. I'll just add the physics running down here, and it'll be attached to here. So which means that this entire part I cannot add physics to, but I'll probably add physics to this section here. And the edges around here and running up around, I guess, here as well. Just to try and get that flowy metal feel. So like as another look at this area, these are basically metal bits, so they don't really flex. Anyways, they don't really flex or bounce around like cloth does. So if this doesn't get physics, I think it's forgivable. But for the cloth part, at least, I want to have it flex more. Yeah, man, those normal texture really looks good. Having and not having them really makes a difference. Of course, that's dependent on having textures to convert off first. So not going to be possible every time, that's what I'm trying to say. Getting a little bit sleepy. Yeah, so I think there's a line of pouches down here too. Where is it? That's the bag one. Did I save on top of it? There's this bag too. No, this is not look too bad on the surface, but this can be a bit better. Yeah, this looks a lot better. Man, the Freyan song just started playing from my laptop, from the playlist, and I really need to finish Freyan. Once I finish this lot of releases for the weekend, okay, I say weekend, but the weekend's almost already over. Once that's done, and I move to the start finishing off some of the commissions, I need to finish that anime. Okay, this looks quite nice, but does it move nice? Does it schmoove? Does it blend? Does it dance? Can it romance? Seems like it could. Looks good. Yeah. Alright, now we only have one troublemaker, and that's this set there. With that troublemaker, I'm gonna see if I need to split that set into 2 different sets, depending on how the leg bends. You see how the leg bends here? If it's only attached to one side and it doesn't bend, it's gonna look a bit awkward. This one's technically around the lower legs, and there's a set on the upper leg, so it might be best for me to split that off even more. So there'll be a bag 2 and bag 3. I'm gonna separate them in Blender now. and then I'll put that into them. Oh, it's been 4 hours. It's almost a school day. Oh. Okay. And then we're gonna have to do stalker around here, right? Close enough. I mean, that's acceptable. That's just flipping on the skirts itself, not the pouch. Removing the smoothing modifier. Okay. So I know this moves well. I tested that just now. So it's on to the last one. This one. After that one, we'll have to put the strap on Unity for the section here, and then the textures, add in the teeth, and she'll basically be ready. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Okay, I need to take the skirt away. Get the skirt away, then I guess attach the wrongs. Attach to here. Might be lowered down, maybe. Depends on how the skirt moves. No. Maybe a bit higher up. Or even lower down. I mean, this looks a little bit messy, but you have to consider that it's... No, actually, it needs to be higher up. Yeah. It is a bit messy though, it's in a messy section of the body. It is like bang right where the knees are as well. Because the trouble is that the knees don't really move too much. But we'll see. So if it's connected to the knees and knees don't move too much, it might not too stiff. It might suddenly move out of place. Again, we'll see. It's roughly in the right place. Yeah, you see that? We don't really want that. Even though it's in the right kind of place, it's not attached to a good vertex. Yeah, it won't work either. Yeah, it's because that part of the thigh is stretching. So if I don't want parts to stretch, it needs to be down here. But when she moves her legs, it's going to really move. It's really going to flip like so. How about the skirt though? It's fucked anyways. But you can clearly tell it's out of place. Moving way too much. It's overcompensated. So that's a rough one. That's the wrong tab. I should flip this. So around here was around like good. These parts here will flex. How about here? Not moving with the skirt. I mean, at the same time, the skirt is like really messed up. So it needs to be down here, maybe on the calf. Is it allowed to do that? I feel like it won't. It will distort a bit. It's gonna warp a bit if I do that, but I have to try. Oh. No? Maybe? Yeah, but that's... Oops. Too far up. Too far down. It's a little bit boring to watch, but getting this right is important, or it's not. Sure. I'm worried about this, like, flexing. But you see one of them is shrinking for some reason. But it might fit in because if the skirt is kind of distorting around it. Right. I'm just gonna keep it there. It kind of works in our favor. But then it's... No, I'm just gonna keep it here. Like, I've been here way too long. Like, if someone complains about these pouches, they can just complain to the manager. Which is me. I need to go to bed in a bit and then finish it off in the morning. And then pray for forgiveness in Discord. Surely people on the internet will show me mercy. Yeah, it's good enough. Should be good enough. Yeah. Be alright. So that was the main issue with this look. Those random pouches. I can probably turn the leggings back on. All that's left to do really are some of the texture work, which I need to redo because of the overlays. The bandolier that pops down here. The physics, some of the teeth and all that. I need to check the texture back here. Maybe remove some of the seams here, and she's pretty much ready. Hello. Oh, you're here. Yeah. Almost done with this one. There's a bit of polishing left to do. But I'll probably do that off stream because I want to get a nap. And I've been streaming for about 4 hours. It's almost 5 hours now. Oh, there's a call from work. What do you want? 1 second, I need to go. I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna do those things off stream. This should really give you guys a good kind of demo as to how to import clothing and load the textures and the morphs and all that, and how I do the eyes. And yeah, the texture exporting as well, and there are also bits with the Unity asset. So I hope this helps you guys a lot. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. I've got a few looks to go through for technically this weekend's releases, but it's all late. Yeah, so you guys can join me next week where I work on another model. For this stream, I'm gonna go offline for a bit. I need to take a nap and then get some food and then drink a little bit and then finish this look and release it. Maybe at the quickest in a few hours, the latest maybe in 12 hours when I inevitably oversleep or something. So thank you guys for watching. There were quite a few of you. I know you weren't really interacting in the chat, but you basically joined the entire time. So thank you. I will call the stream now. My phone for the avatar is basically running out of battery as well. It's down to 5%. So yeah, thank you. Bye bye. If you got any questions, ask me on Discord. Bye.